Havoc gets the early edge, holding that ramp position perfectly to take the opening round. Ignis is really fighting back today, managing to outduel Havoc right there on the ramp. Havoc owns the long-term history here with a 58% win rate, but Ignis has the mental edge after dominating their previous meeting. It'll be interesting to see if Havoc can reclaim that historical dominance before the gap opens up further. Ignis holds the lead 3-2 right now. He's really putting that recent form into practice here. It's a dead heat now. Neither of these two is giving an inch as they trade rounds back and forth. He's certainly looking to bounce back from that tough outing on Mapas. Havoc is really starting to pile on the pressure here, utilizing that ramp to tighten his grip on the lead. He is completely taking over now, putting 3 in a row on the board. The favorite is really asserting his will here. Ignis shuts that run down fast with a completely clean finish. The higher rated player is proving he can hang with the best. Havoc is showing real consistency with a 6-4 record in his matches today. It's helping him stay calm despite the high pressure of this lead. He's really locking in now. Havoc's climbing fast, leading 7-4 now. Ignis is really feeling the weight of his tough run today. Havoc heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, he's simply outplaying Ignis right now, which aligns perfectly with the pre-match projections. He'll need to maintain this focus to close it out. Ignis needs to find his rhythm. Havoc is just untouchable right now, using that ramp to keep his opponent completely out of the game. The higher seeded player is fully in control now. Unbelievable. Ignis survives a total war on the ramp and scrapes through with just 3 HP. That's a huge momentum shift for him after such a tough day overall. Havoc still keeps a comfortable 3-round cushion. That's a gritty performance from him given that rough 10-26 run today. Havoc's just cruising with a solid 4-round lead. It's interesting to see him holding his own against the higher rated player. Havoc is really pulling away here. He just needs a couple more rounds to wrap this whole thing up. He's just too strong right now, cruising straight toward the finish line with an effortless lead. It's getting a bit desperate for Ignis now. Absolute chaos for the final kill, but he survives the exchange to close out the series. He really wanted that redemption after losing their last meeting, and he got it in style today. Unreal shot by Lancer to close that out. He barely walks away from a chaotic firefight to take the early lead. Havoc generally owns this matchup, winning about 71% of their encounters. He's already showing that superiority in their head-to-head record today. I'm wondering if Lancer can actually find a way to break that pattern here. He's taking full control now, picking up a third straight to push his lead. That top 15 rating is really starting to show through. The streak is just too strong, and he manages to pull ahead with a substantial cushion. Looking completely comfortable for the higher ranked player here. He's simply untouchable right now, putting up a total wall against any attempt to slow him down. Lancer's recent slump in the last 10 is really showing here. The momentum is simply overwhelming as he secures a 6th straight victory. Finally, Lancer manages to trade back around and halt that long run. We have to remember that Havoc has had a tough run in his other games today. Lancer has struggled lately with a 4-7 record in the last 24 hours. But he's proving today that he can push the pace against the top players. It will be interesting to see if he can keep this pressure up. Havoc is firmly in the driver's seat at 7-3. He looks confident coming off a strong win against Cygnus today. Havoc still holds a commanding 7-4 lead overall. His rank at 26 is a bit lower, but he's showing plenty of grit. Lancer trails 4-8 at the break. I mean, this is exactly how the pre-match projections looked. Havoc is playing his role as the favorite perfectly, and it'll take a big shift from Lancer to close this gap. Havoc is just relentlessly cruising at 9-4 now. He's definitely putting that higher rating into practice today. Lancer manages a narrow fight to bring it to 5-9. Trying to make it another win for him today. Lancer keeps trying to put up a fight, but the gap in the score is just starting to feel like a mountain. Havoc's now looming large with a 10-6 advantage. He's fighting an uphill battle against a clearly stronger opponent today. Havoc is practically out of reach now. He's putting a huge stranglehold on this entire series. Incredible, Lancer manages to scrape through a brutal exchange, barely clinging to life with just 3 hit points. Heart-stopping survival that keeps things interesting. He's really starting to carve out a way back into this match, refusing to let that lead get any wider. Lancer is proving he can trade blows with the heavy hitters today. Havoc closes that distance quickly, putting himself in a perfect position to take the game. Game over. Havoc finishes him off to seal the victory. He just looked a cut above today, really capitalizing on those early mistakes to put this away. Ignis has a huge historical advantage with over 1,000 wins against Lancer, and while he's the favorite on paper, his recent form has been quite shaky. I wonder if the early lead from Lancer will put more pressure on the higher ranked player. Lancer's cruising along with a 2-1 lead right now. The higher ranked man is finally getting his footing. Lancer is really putting on the pressure early here, refusing to let Ignis get any breathing room. He's playing with way more confidence than his recent games suggest. Lancer is just dominating, pulling way ahead at 4-1. Coming off a tough 8-13 loss to Havoc, he's looking sharp. The momentum shifts back to the veteran, who claws another round away to keep this contest close. Still, a bit concerning for the favorite to be this close. What an absolute scrap. He barely scrapes through that exchange to extend his lead to 5-2. He almost didn't make it out of that one, but he manages to claw back another victory. Goodness, what a fight. He clings to a tiny sliver of health to keep this game from slipping away. He's definitely showing why he's rated higher on the ladder. He finds another clean opening from the ramp to keep this push alive. The veteran is really starting to impose his presence on the server. Ignis is on fire, securing another flawless round to bring the deficit down to just one. Lancer really needs to dig deep here to defend that slim lead. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly he's completely defying the odds here. Ignis usually owns this head-to-head, but we're seeing a massive shift in control right now. Let's see who settles in faster. Holy cow, both of them were nearly dead. He just barely survives that chaotic trade to keep the rally going. That was way too close for comfort. He's simply too sharp right now, tying this series up after an incredible push from behind. A complete reset for the two of them. Lancer manages to reclaim a narrow edge at 8-7. The matchup history clearly favors the opposing side. He just completely shut that down to bring the series back to a deadlock. The underdog is really putting up a fight this series. A quick reaction from the ramp, and Lancer just pulls ahead again in this back and forth battle. He just completely dismantled that effort, bringing this whole series back to a deadlock. The pre-match favorites are now staring at a completely blank slate. Lancer manages to reclaim a thin 10-9 cushion. It's a tough spot for a guy who's struggled lately. Absolute mayhem in that exchange. He barely keeps his head above water to pull further ahead. That's a massive contrast to his recent struggle over the last 24 hours. Ignis is showing incredible grit, keeping the pressure on as he narrows the gap. That's a much more comfortable margin to finish the exchange with. Absolute tenacity from the favorite to bring this set level at 11. It's a high-stakes deadlock now. He's absolutely unstoppable right now, outclassing his opponent to put himself one round away from the win. Lancer is completely staggered after that quick exchange. Unbelievable. He secures the finale to complete an incredible turnaround victory. Lancer put up an incredible fight today, but he just couldn't close the deal in those final moments. He really pushed the veteran to the brink. What a series. Havoc has a significant lead in their head-to-head history. So the pressure is really on for Ignis to prove that he can maintain this early lead. It'll be interesting to see if he can break that historical pattern today. Havoc is really putting the pressure on here, just cleaning him right off that ramp. It's a rough stretch for him, staring down an 11-25 record today. Unreal Ignis survives that absolute firefight to clear him off the bricks and level the score. The two are fighting on equal footing for now. Ignis is starting to build some serious momentum here, catching Havoc right as he tried to hold that ramp. He's just completely taken over, shutting him down from the ramp to move the score to 4-2. He's completely flipped the script from their last meeting. Absolutely cruising now as he just puts together another clean point to reach 5. Havoc digs deep to answer back, taking control from the toolbox to narrow the gap. That definitely gives him a bit of breathing room. Havoc is looking strong today with an 8-4 record over the last day. It is just surprising that he cannot translate that heat into this particular set. We are seeing him struggle to find any traction against a player who is usually a step behind him. Ignis is just too sharp right now, putting the pressure on and catching Havoc right off the planks. Both players are sitting right in the middle of the pack. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead heading into the break. Well, we expected Havoc to control this one, but the underdog is actually outplaying him. It'll take a strong shift in a few rounds to get the match back on track. Time to see if the momentum holds. He responds perfectly here, dropping him right off the ramp to get closer in this set. Just seeing if he can climb back to an even split. Ignis is really showing his teeth here, holding that height on the ramp to keep his lead. The two are practically neck and neck on the ladder right now. He just completely deletes him from the ramp, proving he's not backing down. Just a total scramble of a fight for those two. Ignis is staying incredibly composed, just picking him right off that wine box to keep his lead. It's an incredibly tight gap between these two on the ladder. Ignis is just dominating, pushing a commanding 10-7 lead. What a gritty win for Havoc, digging himself out of a hole by securing that kill from the ramp. He really needed that round to keep his hopes alive. Ignis is really stretching the lead out here, forcing Havoc to play a perfect game if he wants to get back in this. They're basically a mirror match in terms of the ratings. A lightning fast reaction from Ignis, and now he's just a single round away from victory. Incredible. He claws his way back from the edge of defeat to stay alive in this match. That was a desperate scrap to stay in. What a response. Havoc blasts him off the ramp to keep this comeback alive. His overall dominance in the history books is starting to show. He keeps the momentum surging as he drags Ignis off that ramp. He's looking completely locked in at this moment. Absolutely incredible. Ignis shuts the door and finishes it right there to claim the victory. He really had to fight through those late rallies, but he finally found a way to edge this one out. What a match! Havoc has a commanding head-to-head record, winning about 71% of their past encounters. That confidence is showing, and it's likely why he looks so composed in that opening exchange. Lancer needs to prove he can break that psychological grip. Havoc holds the lead now with a 2-1 edge. Lancer really needs this win to offset his poor run today. Lancer is really starting to climb. He just shut Havoc down from the box and has the lead now. That's a surprising turn for the rank 15 seed. Havoc regains a narrow edge, leading 3-2. A shaky start for the 27th rank in this series. Lancer just completely shut him down from that elevation. We are officially deadlocked in this one. Unbelievable. He just barely clung on for his life in a brutal firefight to take a 4-3 lead. A huge result for the lower seed right now. What a scrap. Havoc survives with a sliver of health after that wild exchange from the box. That's a high pressure situation for the lower seeded player. Havoc edges ahead again, clutching a 5-4 advantage. Lancer was just too fast that time, catching Havoc before he could react from the top. Havoc pulls ahead once more, gripping a 6-5 lead. We're all squared up at 6 apiece going into the break. I mean, Lancer is playing way above his usual level here. Despite the rank gap, he is refusing to back down from the favorite. Let's see who blinks first. Lancer takes the momentum, stepping ahead 7-6. It's a complete turnaround from his last loss to Havoc earlier today. A massive play. Havoc brings us back to 7-all. Lancer is starting to put some real distance between them and the mid-game deadlock. A total deadlock now, with Lancer and Havoc tied at 8. His recent form suggests this is where the higher seed pulls away. Havoc fights back to secure a slim 9-8 lead. He's really making a habit of getting the better of him. The momentum has shifted entirely as he picks up another victory, extending the streak to 3. He's completely taken over the server, taking another clean round to push his lead to 11. A sharp reaction from Lancer, who wipes him right off the box to stay in the fight. A vital stop for the lower rank as he fights for survival. He's on fire right now, simply outclassing his opponent to close the gap to 1. He's putting a huge amount of pressure on the favorite now. That was a lightning fast exchange, and Havoc is now just 1 round away from victory. This particular matchup has been a real grind today. Lancer refuses to fold, landing a perfect shot to keep his hopes alive. Lancer is fighting back exactly like he did in his win over Zephyr. That is it. Havoc secures the win with a definitive shot to close out the series. Lancer played his heart out today, but he just couldn't close the door on the favorite when it mattered most. He really pushed him to the brink. What a fight. Ignis owns a clear edge in the all-time head-to-head, winning 58% of their encounters. That should put Lancer on the defensive, but it's an interesting dynamic since he's coming off a very tough run in his last few games. It'll be a fight to see who keeps their composure. The momentum has completely shifted. Lancer takes full control of the server. He's fighting through a really tough run of form lately. Ignis puts up a fight and manages to pick him off the wine. Lancer had the edge going in, but this is getting tight. Lancer is absolutely dominating this set at 4-1. And he's playing with a lot more confidence than those earlier losses suggests. Lancer's just cruising along with a massive 5-1 lead. A total reversal from their clash on Mapas earlier today. Ignis is currently sitting at a significantly higher spot on the ladder. It's a stark contrast to how this game started. He might be trailing in rounds, but that experience usually allows him to weather these storms. Lancer is just relentless, pushing it to 7-2. Lancer looks completely different than he did in those losses to Havoc. Unreal. He barely survives a chaotic exchange from the wine to keep this run going. He's completely ignoring that rating gap for now. Ignis catches another one to push back before the change of sides. A little bit of a cushion there before we flip sides. Lancer heads into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. Well, this is a total shock. We expected the higher ranked player to run away with it, but Lancer is playing out of his mind right now. Time to see if Ignis wakes up. Lancer is simply untouchable, moving to a 10-3 lead. He is really making his mark today, despite that rough patch in his last 10. Ignis just can't find an answer, trailing 10-4. A tough spot for him given those recent results against Havoc. Ignis has really tightened his game up lately, putting together a nice little streak here. Lancer seems to have found a way to shut down that mini rally from Ignis. Despite being the lower rated of the two, he's just not letting up. Another lightning fast exchange from the wine, putting him just one round away from victory. What a fight. Ignis barely clutched that one out after a brutal scramble for survival. He had to fight for every single pixel to get that one. Game over. Lancer closes the door with a gritty final exchange to secure the victory. Just a massive statement of intent after those previous struggles. He really put on a show and claimed his revenge today. Havoc holds a significant lead in their all-time head-to-head rivalry, but Ignis has clearly found a way to counter that style in their most recent encounters. It'll be interesting to see if Havoc can lean back into that historical advantage today. Absolute control from the favorite, making it 3 straight for Ignis. A quick response here, showing some real grit as he denies a 4th straight for the opponent. Expectations were high for the favorite to start fast. Havoc puts on a clinic from the Tetris, continuing his climb back into this map. The pressure is shifting back to the underdog now. He's simply too fast right now, evening things up with a spotless sequence. The slight favoritism for the underdog coming into this makes total sense. What a scrap. He barely survives that exchange to push his lead to 4-3. That was a closer encounter, but he still walks away with the round. A lightning fast reaction there to bring the score back to a dead heat. A very tight battle between these two on the ladder. Ignis is really starting to seize the momentum here, taking control from the ramp to widen his lead. It's a tough spot for the higher seeded player in this clash. Ignis puts on a strong display, picking him right off the Tetris to extend this run. It's a tough time for the slight favorite to find an answer. A solid exchange here, keeping the pressure high for Havoc, heading into the final round of the half. He's staying focused, refusing to let the lead slip further away. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he is really defying the odds right now. He's holding his own against a player who usually owns this rivalry. Time to see if the train holds. Ignis is on a serious roll today, but his current overall record of 11-25 suggests this is a massive turnaround for him. It's actually a huge shift in momentum considering how struggled he's been throughout the day. He's really capitalizing on this window of opportunity. Completely untouched sequence there as he extends the lead to 10. He is just untouchable right now, crossing the finish line with another effortless win. Havoc secures a clean kill from the Tetris to stop the bleed. He's been a fairly reliable force today with that 9-5 record. Havoc is really finding his footing now, using that high ground to close the gap. He's really showing the class of a top 15 player. A quick outplay that puts the pressure right back on Havoc, moving the match to a decisive point. And there it is. He secures the final kill to shut the door on this series. He's really making a statement today, taking 2 straight games off, one of the most consistent players in the league. Havoc really owns this head-to-head, winning over 70% of their past encounters. It explains why he looks so confident in these early rounds. Lancer is going to need a very disciplined start to avoid falling behind early. Lancer strikes back, and now we're deadlocked at 1 apiece. He definitely isn't playing like the underdog right now. Havoc holds a slim lead, moving ahead 2-1. He's showing that upper half rating early on. Havoc is building some real momentum here, and it's starting to feel like he's pulling away. He's looking as sharp as he did in their previous clash. Havoc simply outclassed him from the ramp, extending that surge to 3 straight. He looks completely locked in today. He's simply too fast right now, capitalizing on every mistake to take full control of this series. A total shutdown from the ramp as he pushes the score to 6-1. Lancer answers back with a crisp headshot to break that run. A solid way to bounce back after that close loss on Dunes. Lancer has a difficult 46% all-time win rate to carry, but is clearly ignoring those numbers in this set. He's showing a lot of resilience to climb back into this game despite being outranked on the ladder. Let's see if he can keep this push going. A quick exchange, He's effectively shut down that brief rally. Havoc leads 8-4 after the first half. Honestly, this is exactly where the analysts expected the series to be. Lancer did put up a fight, but Havoc's top 15 ranking is showing. Havoc is nearly out of reach now, pushing it to 9-4. Lancer's recent struggle to close out series is really starting to show. Lancer manages to claw 1 back, making it 5-9. He needs to find some more consistency after that recent struggle against Ignis. That was an incredibly fast reaction. He's really putting the pressure on now. Lancer is just completely outpaced right now. Havoc is reacting far faster than he is. He's just too strong right now, moving within a single round of closing this out. He's really validating that huge gap in their rankings. A big stop by Lancer, keeping the hope alive for now. Lancer definitely has to find an answer for that high-tier precision. And there it is. A flawless final round to secure the victory for Havoc. He just looked completely unstoppable today. This is another huge win for the favorite in their long-standing rivalry. What a scramble. Lancer barely scrapes through that exchange to take the opening round. Ignis holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history with over 1,000 total wins. That historical advantage usually translates to confidence during these duels. It will be interesting to see if Lancer can flip the script today. Ignis is on fire, taking complete control of the series with a third straight win. The higher ranked player is really asserting himself here. Lancer answers back quickly, keeping the gap small at 3-2. His latest win over him on Italy P showed he can do it. Ignis has regained a 2-round cushion here. He's showing exactly why he holds the higher rank right now. Ignis is firmly in command with a 5-2 lead. The 14 seed is really stepping up the pressure. Another clean shot for Lancer, who's refusing to let the deficit grow. He's showing the poise we expected from the favorite today. Lancer is currently struggling at 5-11 in his last 24 hours. You know, he's really having a tough day across the board. It's becoming a huge mountain to climb as he tries to close this gap. Ignis is just dominating, moving ahead to a 7-3 lead. The seedings are playing out exactly as we'd expect. Unbelievable. He almost went down with the round, but manages to hold on by a thread. That was an absolute nail-biter to bring the round home. We've got a 7-5 lead for Ignis, right? Everything is going according to plan so far. Lancer has kept this closer than expected, but the top seed is firmly in the driver's seat heading into the second half. Time to see who blinks first. He is really fighting to bridge this gap, refusing to let the lead slip away completely. Purely instinctive reaction on that shot. Ignis keeps his edge with an 8-6 lead. He's looking much sharper than he did in that last meeting on Italy. Unreal. He survives a brutal slugfest by the skin of his teeth to pull this one back. Lancer keeps skating on a razor's edge today. Ignis is maintaining a tight 2-round lead over Lancer. Lancer really needs to find a way to stabilize this a bit. Putting up a real fight here, securing another win without taking a single hit. That was a quick, decisive clear to get this one back. Ignis is still holding steady with a 10-8 lead. He's really looking to make a statement today. Absolutely wild exchange. Both were practically dead, but Ignis just barely clutched that one out. The lower ranked player is starting to look very outmatched. He manages to outlast the duel, clawing back another round in this fight. A huge momentum shift as the gap shrinks to just 2. He shuts down that comeback attempt quickly, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. It's becoming difficult for the favorite to find an answer here. Lancer is showing incredible grit, staying composed to keep this series alive. Squeezing every possible opportunity out of this comeback effort. He's digging deep to stay in this, putting immense pressure on the front runner. He's simply not letting this slide. Absolutely breathtaking. Lancer survives on a sliver of health to force this into overtime. Absolutely staggering stuff. He's just refusing to quit. Ignis shuts that down immediately, reclaiming the lead in this high-stakes overtime battle. Slightly skewed the odds in his favor coming into this. What a response. He just completely reset the board to bring us back to a dead heat. The favorite is truly fighting for every single inch of ground. Lancer is fighting so hard, but he just can't seem to find a way to hold on to a lead. His overall consistency throughout the league is showing. Hard. Stopping stuff. Both players were trading heavy damage, but he managed to secure the win in a total war. The composure from the favorite is just on another level right now. Flawless stop. Ignis secures the lead with a clean finish and puts himself one step closer to the title. Lancer's barely getting any time to breathe between these exchanges. Game over. Ignis is too fast in that final exchange and seals the victory right here. Lancer was just an inch away from the upset, but he couldn't capitalize on those narrow escapes. He really fought with everything he had. Hard-fought win. Havoc has a strong head-to-head advantage with a 58% win rate over his opponent. It's interesting to see him starting off slow here, given how consistently he's outplayed Ignis in the past. I wonder if that edge will actually materialize as the match progresses. He is simply too fast right now, taking another quick one to keep the pace. He's showing some real grit here, putting up a fast response to close the gap. Ignis is dominating, holding a commanding 4-1 lead. Just another high pressure encounter for him today. Ignis is just relentless, pushing it to 5-1 now. He's just untouchable from the box right now, extending that streak. The higher rated player is really asserting control here. He manages to secure another one, finally cutting into that lead. Ignis has been struggling through a rough patch with 13-23 in his matches today. So yeah, it's really surprising to see him put together such a cohesive performance given how poorly he's played his other sets. He's clearly found a way to shut down Havoc's usual approach. Ignis is still firmly in charge at 7-4. The momentum is shifting for the top 15 ranked guy. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's really defying the odds here. Havoc is usually the one who owns this matchup, but he's currently on the back foot. fresh start for both players. Ignis keeps the pace, pushing his lead to 8-5. Ignis had a similarly strong outing against Lanzer earlier today. He's showing great mental strength, taking the fight to his opponent and knocking him off that box. He needs to tighten up to bridge this gap. He's staying sharp from that box, and it's bringing him right back into this game. He's finally starting to play like the pre-match favorite. Absolute perfection. He's completely wiped out that early deficit, bringing us dead even at 8-all. Ignis reacts faster and drops him right off the box. The higher rated player of the pair is showing some real poise. Unreal. He barely hangs on with a sliver of health to tie this game up. Ignis narrowly holds the lead at 10-9. He's proving he can maintain this edge after that blowout win on map earlier. Ignis is putting an incredible amount of pressure on him now, moving his lead to 2 rounds. He's refusing to go away, keeping the pressure high to stay within striking distance. He's definitely showing why he entered this set as the favorite. Lightning fast exchange, and Ignis is now just 1 round away from victory. He refuses to buckle under the pressure, staying alive to keep his hopes alive. That was an incredibly tight exchange to keep things interesting. What a fight! He barely survives that chaotic clash to force a dead heat at 12-all. He's just completely wiped the slate clean for a final showdown. He's fighting back to take a 1-round lead, showing he can step up when it matters most. The gap between these two on the ladder is almost non-existent. Pure dominance to start the overtime stretch, leaving Ignis with no answer. He looked completely in control of that exchange. It is becoming a complete toss-up now, with both players trading rounds as they push toward the finish. The higher seed is really keeping his composure under fire. Ignis secures another win to put himself on the verge of victory. He's just too consistent in these late game clashes. What a finish. Ignis secures a clean final kill to walk away with the victory. He really clawed back from the brink and kept his composure in that overtime clash. Such a massive effort from the guy today. What a fight. Havoc has an overwhelming 71% win rate over Lancer in their shared history. It's clear the confidence is on his side after that last meeting where he took the set convincingly. Lancer will need a strong response here to shake the mental edge. Total shutdown, he's just completely unchecked right now. He's definitely living up to the expectations for this series. Lancer answers back with a perfect sequence, proving he's not going down without a fight. It's good to see the underdog starting to push back. That is 2 in a row for Lancer, who simply refuses to let his opponent run away with the game. Lancer is quickly turning this into a real nail-biter. What a turn of events. Lancer wipes the slate clean by taking Havoc off the wine. He is really challenging that favorite tag right now. Havoc secures a quick victory to reclaim the lead. He's definitely playing like the higher rated man right now. Lancer actually holds a slight edge on this specific map with a 49% win rate. The tricky part is that he's just struggling to maintain his ground against Havoc's current momentum. He'll need to find a way to reclaim his footing before the lead widens further. Absolutely ruthless. He's just completely in control now with 4 straight. He's looking like a man on a mission tonight. That was a fierce exchange, but he comes out on top to keep this roll going. The gap in their relative ratings is starting to feel very real. Havoc takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, this is exactly how the match was supposed to go. He is just too strong for Lancer right now, and he's probably going to close this out quickly. Let's see if Lancer can dig in. Havoc keeps the pressure high, now leading 9-4. A tough stretch for the number 27 seed. Havoc is just dominating here, moving to a 10-4 lead. That top half rating is starting to show its worth. Lancer is refusing to let the scoreline slide, putting up a fight and staying active in the server. Havoc uses that height advantage from the wine to close in on the finish. The pressure is mounting quickly now. These two are just trading blows back and forth now. Neither one can get a hold of a multi-round streak. Lancer secures the round from the wine, and now we've got some real tension building as the gap closes. A blindingly fast reaction here as he keeps the streak alive with a 3rd straight win. He is on absolute fire right now, picking up a 4th consecutive win. He has completely seized the control of the server. Incredible. He claims another one from the wine, extending this run to 5 straight. Pure chaos as the momentum has completely flipped. Unbelievable. He barely edges out to win in that brawl. And now we are completely level. Huge response here, securing the top ground on the Tetris to put himself 1 round away from victory. Lancer is showing some serious resilience despite that rank difference. What a finish! He shuts the door with a clean shot from the Tetris to take it all. He almost pulls off the miracle after that insane comeback, but he just couldn't find one last opening. What a match. quick start for Ignis, who makes the most of that high ground to take the opener. Ignis really holds the upper hand historically, winning about 58% of their head-to-head bouts. So that's why he's entering this one as the clear favorite. I'm wondering if Lancer has the confidence to overturn those odds today. Lancer controls the pace from the ramp to take a third straight victory. Lancer is fighting through a tough stretch of results today. Lancer is simply outclassing him right now, putting up a huge gap in the score. Tough look for him, especially after those strong wins earlier today. A sharp response here from Ignis, showing some real grit to get back into the game. Lancer still holds a commanding 3-round lead over Ignis. He is shaking off a pretty rough day overall. Ignis finds the angle on the ramp to shut that down and pull closer. A clean exchange to keep the deficit manageable. Unbelievable. Lancer barely clings to life to secure that round, surviving with a tiny sliver of health. He's fighting through a tough 5-13 run over the last 24 hours. Lancer is just too quick today, proving he can hold his own even when they're fighting for the same ground. What a scramble! Ignis survives a chaotic trade on the ramp with a sliver of health. Ignis is really leaning on that high rank today. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he is absolutely defying the odds right now. This is a huge surprise, given that Ignis usually converts 58% of these matchups. Let's see if Ignis finds his rhythm. What a fight! He manages to drag himself across the line and outlast Lancer in a brutal exchange. That's a really impressive sequence of fights from him. Flawless read there, and we've got a dead heat at 7-all. Complete reset of the momentum for both of them. It's completely taken over, securing another victory to put himself on top. Lancer really needs to find a way to break this momentum. Simply untouchable right now. He's completely flipped the script on this match. It's a tough spot for Lancer after those recent struggles. He's just too strong right now, extending his streak to 5 in a row. It's become a real uphill battle for Lancer now. Another effortless win from the ramp as he moves into an 11-7 lead. Lancer just needs one good sequence to stop this slide. He's absolutely on fire, securing a 7th straight victory and putting himself just one step away from the win. Unbelievable. Ignis closes it out with an incredible 8-round run to complete the comeback. The sheer confidence he's playing with right now is terrifying for anyone else in this lobby. Havoc holds a strong lead in the total head-to-head history. It's interesting because he's trying to reclaim a psychological edge after losing their most recent clash. Let's see if that long-term dominance helps him secure the series today. Completely outclassed in this exchange, and he's now taking full control of the opening set. Ignis has been looking sharp throughout his recent set today. He responds with a flawless sequence, showing some grit to claw back into this match. Still a tough uphill climb given the early deficit. Ignis completely shuts that down, dropping him right off the ramp to stay in this. The favorite is definitely feeling the pressure now. Havoc is still holding a comfortable 2-round cushion. The higher rated player is definitely feeling the heat. A clean hit there, and he's continuing to put up a real fight. Unbelievable, he barely scrapes through that fight to even the score at 4-4. The pressure is starting to mount as he fights for every single pixel. He clears the ramp with ease, finally taking the lead in this match. The momentum is shifting away from the expected favorite. He's simply on another level right now, securing his 4th straight victory in a row. It's a complete reversal of the expected result for this series. He is simply untouchable right now, keeping the pressure high as the first half winds down. He's absolutely cruising into the halftime break. Ignis heads into the break with a 7-5 advantage. He is defying the odds completely by controlling this opening stretch. We'll see if Havoc can use that long-term head-to-head lead to shut this down. Fresh start for both players. He manages to secure a clean take from the ramp, showing some serious resolve to stay in this. He's officially back in the mix after that wild run. Absolutely effortless, he secures a 2nd straight win to tie this whole match up. The momentum of the match is completely up for grabs. Now, he secures the lead and a 3rd straight point by shutting him down from the ramp. He's showing why he was the favorite going into this one. He's simply tearing through the competition now, picking Ignis right off the ramp for his 4th straight. He keeps the momentum swinging his way, picking Ignis off the ramp for a 5th straight. This is exactly the high-level form we expected from him. A brutal trade of fire, but Ignis manages to outlast him and stop that run of dominance. There was a lightning-fast exchange to snap the streak. Ignis refuses to go away, putting up another strong fight to pull within 1. He's truly finding his footing in this series. Ignis pulls ahead with a fierce exchange from the ramp to tie this series up. The tension is through the roof as we enter the final stretch. He's completely taken over now, snapping through the air to secure his 4th consecutive win. That was an absolute nail-biter, and he manages to dig deep to tie things up at 11-11. The match is completely reset now with everything on the line. He wins the trade and puts himself just 1 round away from victory. A quick finish that shifts all the weight back to his side. Havoc keeps his composure from the ramp to force this stalemate, refusing to let this map slip away. Fierce battle from the ramp, and he shows incredible resolve to seize the advantage. He needs just 1 more to wrap this up. Ignis is absolutely refusing to buckle, delivering another perfect result to hold the lead. He's completely seized the initiative now, moving within striking distance of the finish line. He's essentially locking this down right now. What a finish! Ignis closes out the series in spectacular fashion to take the map. He's finally shaking off that old ghost and proven he can trade blows with the best. This victory is just a massive statement. Hard-fought win. Havoc holds a massive historical advantage in their head-to-head series, winning 72% of their encounters. This psychological edge is clearly translating to today's form, especially considering Lancer has struggled significantly with 5 wins in his last 19 games. I think he's really fighting an uphill battle here. What a fight, both players poured everything into that exchange, but Lancer just barely clutched it out. Havoc sitting pretty with a commanding 3-1 lead. He's definitely proving why he's the higher seed on the ladder. Lancer is keeping this series surprisingly tight, catching Havoc wide open while he was up on the Tetris. Havoc is firmly in control, leading 4-2. A tough stretch for the number 28 seed lately. Lancer has struggled to find his footing today, putting up a 5-14 record over the last 24 hours. Combined with that poor recent form, he's clearly fighting a massive deficit in confidence. Now it is just a matter of whether he can find one big round to stop the slide. Lancer is showing some real grit here, shaking him off the ramp to keep this close. Lancer is definitely starting to put some pressure on the favorite. Havoc still holds a 2-round cushion at 6-4. A quick trade of momentum right there. He's absolutely locked in now, bringing the deficit down to just 1 before the break. Havoc takes the first half 7-5. I guess it's just business as usual for the favorite. He's simply outplaying a guy who has barely won any games today. Let's see if Lancer can rally. He's not backing down, walking away from that exchange without losing a single point of health. Clean response that puts the pressure back on Havoc. Havoc maintains a 2-round buffer as we enter the 14th. He catches him right on the ramp to narrow the gap to a single round. This is exactly how his last few matches have started out. Havoc is still holding a slim 2-round lead. He looks far more comfortable than the challenger right now. Lancer effortlessly clears him off the ramp as he keeps this rally alive. Slowing things down just as he needs a spark. Havoc just needs 2 more to close out 10-8. That gap in their individual ratings is starting to show. Lancer just won't quit, shutting the door on this attempt with a perfectly placed shot. Lancer is playing with everything on the line right now. Incredible grit from Lancer, who has now completely erased the gap to bring us level. Unreal, we have a total deadlock as we head into the final stretch. Lancer had a huge window to take the lead, but he just couldn't find the shot there. That's exactly what we expected going into the series. A huge blow for Lancer as he loses his footing right here, leaving him completely exposed. That is a cold way to snap the momentum. What a finish. He closes the door with an absolute laser of a shot to secure the victory.
Lancer really fought back to make him sweat for it, but he just couldn't close out those final moments. What a match.
Ignis owns a massive lead in their head-to-head history. It's a huge mental advantage given how consistently he has won these meetings. We'll see if Lancer can use this early lead to flip the script today. He's just not missing, taking a full 3 rounds for himself. Lancer is shaking off that rough start to the day. Unbelievable, he claws back into this match, surviving by the skin of his teeth. Absolute nail biter, barely survived that one. He's showing a lot of heart, putting together another strong finish to close the gap. The favorite is finally starting to flex his muscles. Total reversal of fortune here, as Ignis wipes away that early deficit to bring us back to deadlock. He secures a clean victory to take a narrow lead. A real gritty performance from the number 29 ranked player here. What a fight, he barely stays standing after that brutal exchange to tie things up. Another incredibly close finish for the favorite. Lancer edges ahead, grabbing the lead at 5-4. He's really defying that grim 5-15 record from earlier today. Emotion mid Lancer is really playing against the odds right now, as he's already gone 5-15 in his matches today. It's a huge shift in energy to see him outplaying a higher rated opponent like this. He's definitely fighting the trend of his day, Emotion mid. We head into the break with Lancer holding a 7-5 lead. Honestly, the seeding suggested a much easier time for Ignis, but we're seeing a complete shocker on the scoreboard right now. Let's see if the favorite wakes up. That was an effortless touch, and Ignis continues to claw his way back into this. The higher seeded player is starting to look comfortable again. Lancer still holding a 2-round cushion at 8-6. It's a completely different story than that 7-13 result on Fast Aim. That was an absolute shutout as he continues to put up a fight. Lancer pulls ahead again, now sitting at 9-7. He's really shaking off that loss from the earlier match today. He makes short work of that exchange, refusing to let the gap widen further. Both players are now fully settled into the rhythm of this server. Lancer is firmly in control with a 10-8 advantage. A real surprise given that he's in a major slump lately. He's refusing to let that lead slide any further. Lancer is really putting the pressure on now, just 2 rounds shy of a huge upset. Lancer is certainly turning the tide against the superior rank today. He just outduels him in a frantic scramble, putting himself 1 step away from victory. Lancer is making the most of this opportunity today. Unbelievable. He closes it out with total authority to secure the victory. He really found his confidence at the perfect time to break that losing streak. Lancer finally gets a win today. Havoc usually controls this specific rivalry with a massive lead in total wins, and honestly, he's been the one consistently taking the maps from Ignis throughout their history. It will be interesting to see if he can rediscover that dominance after falling behind early. The momentum has completely flipped as Ignis keeps the pressure high to take a commanding early lead. Ignis just blasted him right off the vine to keep this streak alive. He's really having a tough time getting started today. Finally, a response from him, putting a dent in that early lead. That's a more natural look for the favored player. Ignis is cruising with a huge 5-1 cushion. Ignis has historically been the weaker player in these head-to-heads, and yet he's the one totally controlling the tempo right now. He's clearly leaning into that confidence after winning their last meeting. It will be tough for Havoc to shake this off. Ignis is just ruthless, leading 7-2 at this point. A tough spot for a player currently sitting at number 15. These two are just trading blows back and forth now. It's becoming a real scrap. His recent 13-10 result against Lancer showed he can fight back. Ignis still holds a solid 3-round edge over Havoc. The 13th seed is starting to look vulnerable. We head into the break with Ignis leading 7-5. Honestly, he's completely defied the pre-match expectations. Havoc is definitely feeling the heat and needs to tighten up if he wants to avoid a total collapse here. Time to switch it up. He's refusing to go quiet, shutting things down instantly to tighten the gap. The pressure is shifting as those quick kills start adding up. What a turnaround. We are officially all square at 7-all. The favorite is finally looking like the boss here. Ignis regains the lead, pushing ahead to 8-7. His higher rank is starting to show in this tight set. Ignis is pulling away again with a 9-7 lead. He's really making a case for his 13th place spot. A perfectly timed shot puts him right back in the conversation. The gap in their rankings is narrowing by the second. Ignis just barely holds a 2-round advantage now. He's showing the same precision we saw in their last meeting. He's staying strong in this pursuit, ending the duel instantly and without taking any damage. Ignis is showing a lot of grit here, consistently answering every push Havoc makes. He's effectively capitalizing on his better overall form right now. And just like that, he's back in control, putting himself in a position to end this right now. Havoc manages to find a way out of the cellar, holding the wine to keep the dream alive. This puts him within striking distance of a late comeback. Another flawless exchange for Havoc as he continues to claw his way back into this set. What a result. Ignis closes it out with one final blast to secure the victory. He really fought his way back into it, but that one final mistake was all it took. He had to work for that. unreal. Havoc survives a total scrap from the ramp to take the early lead. A complete firefight on both sides, but he manages to scrape through with a tiny sliver of health. Havoc has really dominated this rivalry with a 72% win rate over their history, and honestly, it feels like he's holding all the cards here. Lancer is fighting uphill against a higher rated opponent today, so he'll need to find a consistent way to break through that mental wall. Absolutely crushing. He has now shifted the momentum entirely in his favor. A complete reversal from their last meeting on Blame map. He manages to claim this one and bring things level at 3-3. Havoc is definitely playing like the favorite right now. Havoc edges ahead again, pushing the lead to 4-3. He's certainly doing his part to keep that head-to-head lead. A huge read from Lancer, catching Havoc right as he stepped out on the ramp. He's really fighting the odds today. Lancer is just one step behind at 4-5. That is a far cry from the form he's shown in his other games today. And now we're all tied up at 5 apiece. Lancer is showing some real grit against the higher ranked player. Lancer is starting to put some real pressure on him as we close in on the halfway mark. Lancer holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. You know, this is a total shock considering Havoc usually wins over 70% of their matchups. He's really putting the higher ranked player on the ropes. Let's see if Havoc resets here. Goodness, what an absolute slugfest! He barely manages to claw out a victory in a fight where both players were nearly finished. We are deadlocked at 7 apiece now. He's looking very comfortable in the upper half of the ladder right now. He is simply too strong right now, taking a third straight to reclaim the lead. He looks completely comfortable throughout this server today. Lancer secures the kill off the ramp to even things up at 8-all. He's definitely feeling the pressure after that earlier loss to Ignis. Lancer finally pulls ahead by 1 in this nail-biter. A tough spot for someone who usually holds the advantage here. Pure chaos here as they're locked at 9 apiece. He's definitely trying to salvage his day after that tough loss to Ignis. Havoc is really putting on a show here, taking control of the ramp to push this lead further. He's really finding his footing after that early rough patch today. Absolute deadlock at 10-10 as we head into overtime. A strong effort from the 28th ranked man today. Lancer is fighting for every single round here, but Havoc just can't seem to let him pull away. These two are practically mirroring each other, trading blows and refusing to let the other stay ahead. He is really defying those historical odds today. Lancer is absolutely on fire, stepping up once again to put himself just 1 round away from victory. The momentum has completely shifted into his hands. What a response. He shuts it down instantly to force this battle into overtime. Havoc is really putting the screws to him now, taking a second straight to climb back on top. Pure resilience from a guy who has played 12 games already today. Lancer is refusing to let this game slip away, bringing us back to a dead heat in the first round of overtime. It's become a game of inches now, with the lead constantly swapping hands in these overtime rounds. A huge mental victory for the higher rated side. This has turned into a complete stalemate. Neither one is willing to let the other breathe. He's fighting through a tough 6-15 stretch today. A fast, decisive strike puts Lancer in a commanding position for the finish. Lancer is completely in control of the server at the moment. And there it is. Lancer closes the door on this overtime thriller to take the win. He's finally broken that long-standing curse today. To pull that off against this guy in an overtime thriller is just incredible. What a performance. Ignis has historically won 58% of their encounters. That lifelong dominance usually gives him a psychological edge in these types of series. He is certainly looking to maintain that grip early on today. Unbelievable, that was a complete slugfest, and Ignis barely scrapes through with a tiny sliver of health. The higher rated player is definitely showing his class early on. Lancer is trailing 1-2 and needs a big response. Lancer is putting his recent victory against his opponent to good use. A total deadlock on the ramp, but Ignis manages to outplay him and extends the lead. He's looking far more comfortable here than in that last loss to his opponent. Ignis holds a slim 3-2 lead heading into this. Lancer is really fighting to make this a closer affair. Ignis manages to shut him down on the ramp and really starts to build some momentum here. The higher seed is starting to look much more composed. Lancer holds the high ground and manages to shut down Ignis coming up the ramp. That recent victory on Orange is definitely weighing on the mind here. Ignis is putting together a strong debut and 16-20 record over the last 24 hours. That and abundance of matches today seems to be working in his favor, and the confidence is showing in these early rounds. A quick exchange on the ramp, and Ignis is simply too sharp for him right now. The gap in the rankings is starting to feel quite real here. A complete shutdown there, keeping the pressure high as the lead widens to 7. He's really punishing Lancer for those mistakes today. A quick reflex play from Lancer to claw back a point here. Ignis is still heavily favoring the overall map matchup. We head into the break with Ignis leading 7-5. I mean, this is exactly how the analyst expected this to play out. He's keeping his composure well, but Lancer is still very much in the fight. Lancer needs a huge shift here. He is refusing to go away, securing another quick point to keep this fight alive. He's showing some serious grit in these later stages. What a ferocious trade. He survives the chaos to even things up at 7-7. Absolutely flawless. He completely takes over from the ramp to push the score to 8-7. A huge shift in momentum for the underdog. A fierce clash on the ramp, but the fight ends in a deadlock at 8-8. The gap in their raw skill levels is really narrowing right now. Lancer catches him right on the ramp to take a one-round lead. Pure aggression from Lancer to snatch control of the series. Both of these players are just trading blows now and the score is completely deadlocked. Lancer just wiped him off the ramp with an incredibly clean shot. He really needed to capitalize on that open space. Lancer clears him off the ramp with an effortless shot, continuing this impressive run of form. Lancer is really making a statement against the odds here. Ignis manages to break that streak and claws right back into the thick of it. Lancer just tore through that defense to secure a huge lead and put himself one step away from victory. A tight clash on the ramp, and Ignis manages to come out on top. A clutch stop there to keep the pressure mounting. Absolute perfection for the final blow. Lancer completes an incredible comeback to secure the series. He really put everything on the line to secure that victory. Ignis fought so hard but just couldn't close the door. What a fight. Ignis comes out firing and takes control of the map immediately, picking Havoc right off the heaven ledge. Havoc holds a commanding lifetime lead in their head-to-head matchups. It's a huge disparity, but the momentum shifted after Ignis took their most recent duel. We'll see if Havoc can actually tap into that historical confidence now. Ignis completely dismantles the defense, picking Havoc right off the Tetris blocks to extend his run. He's looking every bit the favorite right now. Another clean shot, this time catching Havoc right off the Tetris as the run reaches 5. This is just overwhelming. He can't seem to find an answer as the streak hits 6. Finally, a break in the momentum as Havoc shuts him down on the box. Havoc is starting to close the gap, punishing Ignis for staying on the box. Ignis is currently sitting on a 70% win rate over his last 10 matches, and he's clearly capitalizing on that surge. I wonder if Havoc can actually find a way to reverse this trend. A completely untroubled win for Ignis to push his lead to 9. It's getting harder for the rank 18 seed to find a rhythm. Ignis takes a heavy 9-3 lead into the break. The favorite is looking completely lost. Havoc has usually owned this rivalry, but he's just not showing up right now. Time to shake things up. Ignis is just relentless, now sitting pretty at 10. The momentum definitely mirrors their 13-11 clash from earlier today. Wow, he nearly lost that one. Ignis barely scrapes through that exchange from the box. He's just outclassing his opponent with those reflexes right now. Havoc puts up a fight from the ramp, securing another one to keep this series interesting. The pressure's building for both players today. That was an effortless exchange, leaving Ignis just one step away from victory. He manages to keep the dream alive with another sharp response, delaying that final round. The underdogs in this match have certainly played with more heart lately. Absolutely crushing final shot. Ignis closes out the series in a flash to take the map. The gap between these two has completely flipped. He's just too fast for Havoc to handle today. Havoc has won 71% of their encounters historically. It is interesting to see that edge completely vanish in their most recent meeting today. Lancer is clearly carrying a huge amount of confidence right now. He is simply too fast, securing a third straight victory without taking a single point of damage. Lancer just picks him right off the box to take a huge early lead. This isn't mirroring the expectation from the betting boards. Havoc manages to find the opening and gets a round back. He's certainly playing to his higher rating at the moment. He's showing some real grit here, cutting the gap down to 2. He's certainly starting to look like the favorite again. Simply unbelievable. He's now putting together a 3-round surge to close this gap. Lancer enters back immediately to keep that 2-round cushion. The momentum shift is real, following Havoc's tough run against Ignis earlier. Lancer has been playing the role of the spoiler perfectly, and after that clinical sequence of rounds, he's looking remarkably comfortable. It will be tough for the favorite to adjust his approach while Lancer is operating with this kind of precision. A closer exchange this time, with Havoc coming out on top as we head into the final round of the half. Lancer holds a surprising 8-4 lead heading into the break. Well, the underdog is putting on a clinic and completely ignoring the history between these two. He just looks sharper today. Time to shake things up. Absolute chaos in that exchange. He nearly went down, but he manages to scrape through for a huge 9-4 lead. He's playing flawlessly against a higher rated opponent. Lancer is just cruising right now, sitting at 9-5. The higher rated man is finally starting to show some life. Lancer is just dominant, extending that lead to 10-5. He's making a huge statement despite being the lower rated player today. Havoc is fighting back, ensuring this series doesn't just slide away from him. A glimpse of that 56% map edge for the favorite. Lancer manages to drag him down from the heights and keeps his lead extending. Tough run for Havoc, who has really struggled in his last 3 series. A precise burst ends the threat, and now Lancer is just a single round away from victory. What an incredible display of skill. Lancer seals the victory with another effortless kill to shut the door on this match. He's just on fire lately. To see him walk away from a matchup like this, it's seriously something. Ignis gets the first one, quickly catching Lancer right as he was stepping up the ramp. Ignis usually dominates this pairing with a 58% all-time win rate. It's interesting to see that Lancer is the one controlling the tempo right now. We'll have to see if the favorite can reclaim his usual authority here. Ignis keeps his lead with a narrow 2-1 advantage. He's certainly playing like the higher seeded guy right now. Ignis is really cruising with a commanding 3-1 lead. His better form in the last 10 games is showing. A complete turnaround as Ignis picks him right off the ramp to keep this run going. He's really making the most of that ranking advantage right now. A tough exchange for Lancer, but he's outpaced once more as the momentum swings entirely toward the opponent. The higher rated side is simply too sharp right now. Lancer manages to outplay him in a battle from the ramp. He's definitely feeling the confidence from that recent 13-11 victory over his opponent. Unbelievable. He barely hangs on with a sliver of health to keep this rally alive. Talk about a heartbeat. That was an absolute nail-biter. Lancer is simply refusing to go away, taking another round without taking any damage. The favorite is starting to look very vulnerable. He's simply on fire right now, equalizing the score with a perfect round. Symmetry in the scoreline as we approach the midway mark. Absolute control from Lancer, who just can't be stopped right now. Lancer is really making his presence felt in this series. Lancer holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, the underdog is really shaking things up here. He's managed to flip the script on the higher ranked player after a huge 6-round run. Time for a quick reset. He holds his ground on the ramp and secures another, pushing his lead to 8-5. Lancer is making a strong case against those pre-match odds. Ignis finds his footing, picking Lancer right off the ramp to get back into this. That's a critical stop for the favorite. Lancer simply clears him off the ramp, continuing this impressive surge in the match. He's really shaking off those pre-game expectations with this run. He's taking total control now, comfortably moving his lead to 10. The momentum has shifted entirely since the break. Lancer is really fighting against the tide today, coming into this with a 9-15 record over the last day. He's clearly putting in a lot of work, but he'll need to maintain this focus if he wants to close this out. A sharp read, and he drops Ignis right off that ramp to keep the pressure mounting. Lancer is really making it difficult for the favorite to regroup. Just a snap of the wrist, and Lancer stands on the verge of a huge victory. Absolute demolition on the way for this closing sequence. Huge momentum shift here as he digs deep to halt that crushing run. A much needed breath of air for the veteran here. He stays incredibly calm and finds an opening to stay in this game. He's starting to claw his way back into this one. That's a gutsy pair of rounds to secure right now. What a miracle. He barely walks away from that carnage to keep his hopes alive. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he survived it. Unbelievable poise from Ignis to force this into extra time after an incredible climb back. What a scramble! He barely survives that absolute meat grinder to take the lead. Absolutely breathtaking coordination to secure that crucial lead. Lancer is simply refusing to buckle, putting the pressure back on Ignis with another quick strike. What an incredible display of grit from Ignis, barely surviving that slugfest to keep his comeback alive. Neither player can afford another mistake at this stage. Lancer is completely shutting the door now, securing a lead of 15. A very different result than that 11-13 loss he suffered recently. Ignis manages to hold the high ground on the ramp to keep his dreams alive. Pure desperation for that win, but he manages to dig in. Lancer digs deep to survive that brutal fight and finally secures the victory. Ignis really threw everything he had at that final push, but he just couldn't find that last opening. He's gonna be feeling this one. What a fight. Havoc owns the head-to-head record with 862 wins, but the momentum has completely shifted lately. He's currently riding a 4-game losing streak, and it looks like that lack of confidence is carrying right into this series. Ignis is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's certainly playing like the higher rated man on the server. A quick trade of rounds here. We've got a dead-even deadlock on the scoreboard. Ignis has clawed back into a narrow 3-2 lead. He's really mirroring that dominant 13-5 result from their last meeting. Havoc keeps his cool from the ramp to bring us right back to a draw. He's really showing more grit than we saw in that 6-13 loss to Lancer. Ignis pulls ahead by 1 in a tense battle. He's really making a case for that higher ranking today. Ignis has been playing exceptionally well today, winning 70% of his last 10 games. So yeah, the confidence from that run is definitely translating into these rounds. It will be interesting to see if Havoc can find a way to break that momentum. Wow, he hangs on by a thread and secures the kill from the ramp. He's really surviving by the skin of his teeth these rounds. He's simply taking over now, securing another round to put himself in the driver's seat. He's effectively wiped out the lead Ignis had early on. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the odds are reflecting exactly what we're seeing on the screen. He's looking steady and comfortably in the lead, despite the recent losses he's had. Let's see if Ignis fights back. Havoc keeps a slim 1-round advantage heading into 13. A really sharp look from the rank 14 contender. Havoc stretches his lead to an 8-6 advantage. The higher rated player is starting to feel the pressure now. The gap is widening here. Ignis looks completely staggered as Havoc keeps putting his foot on the gas. A strong showing for someone who's struggled in his last few outings. Another clean victory from the ramp, and is now firmly in charge with a 3-round streak. The underdog is having a rough time fighting back. Ignis responds quickly, knocking him right off the ramp to keep the score moving. Havoc is really putting the pressure on now, just a few steps away from closing this one out. The 14th seed is really feeling the heat now. Both players are swapping rounds rapidly now, making this a real nail-biter as soon as the action starts. He's definitely utilizing that slight edge he holds on this specific layout. Ignis is showing real resilience, quickly picking Havoc off the ramp for another round. He's really putting on a clinic to erase that early deficit. Another clean stop for Ignis, who simply refuses to let his opponent close the door. The momentum has completely swung back in his favor now. Unreal. He has completely erased the deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. What a response! He shuts down the comeback attempt and puts himself on the verge of victory. He's really fighting to keep his head above water in this set. Absolutely incredible. Havoc shuts the door and claims the victory. He's officially snapped that losing streak with a huge performance. Both players were trading blows until the very last second. What a battle. Havoc owns the long-term history here with a 71% head-to-head win rate. Lancer did manage to take their most recent encounter though, so the early lead is definitely playing into the favorites' hands. I wonder if he can close this out quickly. Havoc holds a narrow lead as we head back. Lancer enters this clash with a pretty solid 5-game run. Havoc really likes that ramp positioning, putting himself in a great spot to extend his lead. Havoc is absolutely cruising with a commanding 4-1 lead. The higher seed is looking very comfortable right now. Goodness, that was a total brawl, and he just barely manages to survive it. His superior rating is starting to show in this set. Unbelievable! He walks away from that chaotic trade with almost nothing left in the tank. He keeps it going with a clean strike from the ramp, reaching a 5-round streak. He's definitely making up for that rough loss on Dunes. He is just completely taking over this match, extending that streak to 6. It's a completely different story than their clash on Dunes. Lancer puts an end to that run with a quick burst to the head. He's definitely trying to recapture the form from that victory on Dunes. Lancer is currently riding a strong 5-game run coming into this. It's certainly giving him the confidence to press the attack and chip away at that lead. We have to see if he can keep this pressure up to force a closer game. Havoc takes the lead 8-4 as we switch sides. I mean, the top seed is simply performing exactly how we expected. He has a nice cushion going into the second half. Lancer needs a strong start here. Havoc is looming large now with a 9-4 advantage. That was a blink and you miss it exchange. He looks a lot more steady than when he played Ignis earlier. Havoc is just too quick from the ramp. He's really putting a chokehold on this series. He's back in control, securing a 3rd straight for a commanding 11-4 lead. He's just unstoppable right now, putting himself one single victory away from the match. Lancer really can't get anything going against the favorite. Pure perfection in the final exchange. He shuts the door on this match with a total shutdown. That's a statement win from the favorite, completely erasing the memory of that previous blowout on Dunes. Lancer came out firing and caught Ignis completely off guard while he was holding that ramp. Ignis enters this game with a commanding lead in their head-to-head history. You know, he's historically the much stronger player in this specific pairing. It's a bit surprising to see him struggling this early when he usually holds such a clear advantage over Lancer. A messy exchange here, but Ignis manages to edge it out to cut the deficit. Lancer's definitely showing he can challenge the favorites today. Lancer is just dominating with a huge 4-1 lead. A tough start for the higher rated player in this pair. Lancer is putting on a clinic, leading 5-1. That's a shaky start for the rank 14 player. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Ignis is really starting to pick up the pace here. Ignis is refusing to go away, putting up a strong fight to stay in this. That second one looked even more effortless than the first. He is absolutely on fire now, claiming another round to keep this comeback rolling. Lancer really has the upper hand if he can just stem this tide. Unbelievable. He's completely erased the deficit to bring the score level at 5-all. The higher seed is finally looking comfortable in this matchup. He's just not missing, securing another effortless point to hold a slim lead before the swap. Ignis leads 7-5 heading into the break. Everything is moving exactly as predicted. He looks solid on this map, and that 6-round burst really pushed his advantage. Time to swap sides. Lancer claws back a point, bringing it to 6-7. This is certainly a far cry from his usual 58% head-to-head success. And just like that, Lancer ties it up at 7-all. Tough luck for the higher rated player in the series. What a brutal slugfest. He fights through the damage to grab another round, extending his lead. The momentum is shifting away from the... Lancer is just untouchable right now, securing another perfect round to keep this surge going. Ignis stays composure in a slower exchange to pull within one. He's really digging in to prove he deserves the seed advantage. Lancer is currently playing above his historical numbers, which is a real shift, considering he's usually the underdog here. So yeah, we're seeing him play with a level of confidence that just isn't reflected in his usual stats. If he can keep his composure, we might be looking at a major upset. Lancer is really putting the pressure on now, moving just 2 points shy of a victory. He's completely outperforming that mid-tier ranking today. Ignis refuses to crack, keeping his hopes alive with a crisp shot. He is really fighting to get back into the driver's seat. Lancer just clears him off that ramp and is now a single round away from victory. His confidence is peaking right when the pressure is highest. He closes it out with an absolute blur of a shot. Lancer is your winner. He's completely flipped the script on this rivalry, refusing to let that huge historical gap get in his head. Hard-fought win. A fast start for Havoc, who catches Ignis coming off that ramp to take the opening round. Havoc holds a strong career record against Ignis, winning about 58% of their encounters. He's really capitalizing on that historical mental edge right now. I'm curious to see if Ignis can actually put up a fight. He clears him off the ramp with a perfect shot, making it a total shutout so far. Tough break for a guy who's sitting higher on the ladder. Ignis finally gets on the board with a clean play from the ramp. His rating is slightly higher on the ladder, so he's due for a push. Havoc is just dominating here, leading a massive 5-1. Ignis is really struggling with his form today, sitting at 15 and 21. Havoc is firmly in control at 5-2. Tough run lately for the 15th ranked player here. Havoc is simply too quick on the draw, shutting down that ramp play with ease. A tough stretch for the higher ranked player, who is clearly tilted. Havoc is just making it look easy right now, completely shutting him down from that window position. A disappointing trend for the 14th seeded player. A complete shutdown from the ramp as he extends his lead to 8-2. He's really putting that high rating to waste right now. Ignis manages to dig in for a win right before the side swap. A vital point for him to hold his head high heading into the break. Havoc leads 8-4. Well, the favorite is definitely doing his part here. He looks very comfortable with a 4-round run under his belt, and Ignis is simply failing to keep up. Ignis needs to wake up now. A real scrap on the ramp there. But Havoc comes out on top to answer back immediately. The momentum is shifted, but those head-to-head numbers are still towering. Havoc has been having a solid day with a 14-12 record so far. It's clearly helping him maintain this poise while Ignis is sinking further into a slump. It'll be tough for Ignis to reverse this tide now. Havoc is just refusing to let Ignis get anything going, shutting him down again right as he stepped onto that ramp. A real brawl on the ramp. That time, and Ignis came out on top to tighten up the gap. A huge mountain to climb from this deficit. He secures another clean victory from the ramp, and now he's just one round away from finishing the map. Ignis manages to pick him off the bricks to keep the dream alive. A gritty stand there to keep things interesting. Hard to believe the underdog is this far behind. What a finish. He closes it out with a final strike, taking the series 13-7. He's just on a roll today, picking up another win against a player who's really struggling to find any momentum. What a fight! Both players traded heavy damage, but Lancer barely walks away from that. Havoc has an overwhelming history in this matchup with 574 total wins. Well, that is a massive mountain for Lancer to climb. He's currently putting on a surprising show, but Havoc should be able to settle in and leverage that confidence soon. Incredible scrap. Havoc survives a total war of attrition to even things up. Lancer is fighting a tough battle against one of the top 16. What a scrap! He somehow claws out of that chaos to keep the streak alive. The higher seed is really taking control. Absolute perfection as he picks Lancer right off the box to maintain this heavy pace. He looks just as sharp as he did in that 13-4 win earlier. Another effortless delivery, and now he's completely taken over this series. Brutal exchange of fire here, but he keeps his composure to secure another round. His ranking reflects the gap we're seeing right now. Lancer manages to find the target and shuts down the run. He's definitely showing he can hang with the upper half today. He's finding his second win, stepping up to close that gap further. The momentum is shifting in a way we didn't expect today. Lancer looks unstoppable right now, picking up another round to stay in this thing. Lancer is really defying all the pre-game expectations here. Got a dead heat at 6-6. I mean, this is definitely not how the pre-match predictions looked. Havoc has a huge historical lead here, but Lancer is proving he can hold his own. Time to see who blinks first. That was practically effortless, and he finally manages to take the lead. Starting to look like a complete turnaround from the head-to-head numbers. Lancer answers back, and we're tied up at 7-all. A tough spot for the number 25 seed to be in. Havoc just couldn't be stopped from that height, really capitalizing on the high ground here. Lancer has completely clawed his way back into this, evening things up at 8-8. The underdog is really making this a series to remember. He's absolutely on fire, securing a second straight and widening the gap. Truly shaking off the dust from those earlier losses. He's simply not letting up, pushing his advantage to a 2-round lead. It's a nightmarish scenario for the favorite. He's completely reversed the tide, continuing this blistering run to put a serious dent in his opponent's resolve. Unbelievable. He manages to claw out of that disaster with a single health point remaining to secure his 5th straight. That was an absolute nail-biter for a huge lead. What a result. Lancer finishes the job in style to secure the victory. He just completely tore up the script today. I can't believe he actually pulled this off. Hard-fought win. Ignis historically owns a 57% win rate in this head-to-head pairing. It's a massive confidence booster for him to take the first round, given how struggled he's been in his last few series. It will be interesting to see if Lancer can maintain the edge he showed in their most recent meeting. Lancer holds the high ground here and secures the exchange, keeping this series tight. He's certainly looking more confident after that, a strong win against him recently. Deadlock at 2-all. Both players are locked in. Lancer is on fire now, raining down shots from the ramp to take his third straight. Ignis has been struggling lately, having just dropped 3 matches in a row today. Lancer just cannot be stopped, picking up another one to keep the roll going. Lancer is proving today that the favorites can be shaken. Ignis finally answers back, putting a halt to the momentum shift. A good response for the 16th ranked player in our rating. What a fight. Ignis claws out a victory from the ramp, surviving by a mere sliver of health to level the set. He's really fighting to shake off those recent losses. And that's another clean sweep for the man in the lead, making it 3 straight. An effortless exchange there, bringing the score back to a dead heat. Things are looking up for him after that tough 10-13 result earlier. Unreal. Ignis somehow claws back from the brink to take Lancer off the ramp while clinging to a few hit points. He's showing some serious tenacity to survive those scrapes. Ignis holds a narrow 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, it's a very predictable start for the higher rated player. He's just slightly ahead, but Lancer is staying right in the fight. Time to see a fresh perspective. Lancer is currently sitting at a 12-16 record over the last day. He's definitely having a more volatile stretch of form compared to the steady pressure we're seeing from Ignis. If he can shut down this current momentum, the map will likely slip away from him quick. Ignis is just completely in control right now, quickly picking Lancer off that ramp to push his lead to 4. The gap in their overall experience really starts to show here. The pressure is becoming immense as he extends his lead to 10 rounds. A huge contrast to how the top half of the bracket usually performs. Lancer shuts that down quickly to keep the deficit manageable. Lancer is definitely using that recent 13-10 win as fuel. Ignis just shuts that down from the ramp and he's really starting to separate himself now. He's fighting hard to bounce back after a rough few sets today. He just cleared the ramp, bringing himself to one final round for the victory. The higher seed is firmly in the driver's seat now. Lancer answers back perfectly, delaying the inevitable for just a bit longer. He's really putting up a fight despite the odds. And there it is. Ignis shuts the door with a clean finish to claim the victory. He really stopped the bleeding there. It's a massive sigh of relief to finally get a win after that nightmare start to the day. Havoc has dominated this rivalry historically, winning 58% of their total encounters. But Ignis seems determined to shift that narrative today. If he keeps this pressure up, he might finally break that pattern. Havoc keeps the upper hand with a tight 2-1 lead. Ignis is currently sitting a few spots higher on the ladder. The momentum has completely shifted. After a strong start from Havoc, Ignis is finally evening things up. Ignis has snatched the lead, pushing ahead 3-2. He's really making his rank advantage felt in these early rounds. We're all square now. Havoc has clawed back to 3-3. He's fighting through a bit of a rough patch lately. Havoc is really starting to pull away here. Those quick reflexes are making a big difference. Absolute deadlock now. Both players sitting at 4. Havoc takes a narrow 5-4 lead after that display. He's currently sitting just a few spots higher on the ladder. Havoc is really capitalizing on his experience in this rivalry, having won over 800 total rounds against Ignis. It's interesting to see him outperforming the higher ranked player right now. The question is whether Ignis can put a stop to this run before the halftime break. Havoc enters the break with an 8-4 advantage. Well, he's simply playing exactly as the analysts projected. That 4-round run in the middle of the half really solidified his grip on this game. Time for Ignis to wake up. Havoc's just ruthless, pushing the lead to 9-4. He's really mirroring that dominant 13-4 result from his match against Lancer earlier. Ignis finally answers back, cutting the deficit to 9-5. Ignis is definitely leaning on his overall higher ranking here. Ignis has a bit of a spark now. He's definitely making things interesting for Havoc. He's starting to find some answers for those aggressive pushes. He is absolutely surging right now, taking a 3rd consecutive round to keep the pressure mounting. Those 3 responses were just surging. He manages to hold that slide and regains a bit of breathing room. Havoc is really putting the screws to him now. He's just 2 rounds away from taking the map. He's looking very solid after that earlier series win today. He walks away unscathed, taking full control of the pace as he moves within striking distance of the finish. His recent form is on full display right now. Ignis finds his target and manages to pull the round back. The gap in their ranking is still a major factor. What a finish! He shuts the door on this series and secures the victory. He just knows exactly how to play him. That head-to-head record is getting even more lopsided now. Emotion Mid Havoc has a commanding 71% win rate over Lancer in their history. It's a massive gap that usually gives him total control of the mental game. The real question is if Lancer can keep his confidence high after that quick opening loss Emotion Mid. Lancer is suddenly dominating with a 2-1 lead. It's a surprising flip for the guy ranked lower on the ladder. Havoc makes a quick recovery here, catching Lancer right on the wine to bring things even. He's certainly playing to his rank in this early stage. Lancer just keeps pulling ahead, now holding a 3-2 edge. Lancer has definitely found some confidence since their 13-8 victory recently. Lancer was way too quick for him. He just walked right into that angle and took out Havoc on the wine. Lancer is still in the driver's seat at 4-3. The higher seed is starting to assert himself in this one. Lancer has a high 70% win rate in his last 10 matches. It's clear he's bringing a huge amount of momentum into this set. He's really starting to put the pressure on the favorite. Lancer is just run away now, sitting comfortably at 6-3. He's really shaking off the ghosts of those previous losses. Havoc answers back with a fast, precise shot, narrowing the gap to 2. Lancer had no trouble catching Havoc over by the wine there to keep the momentum shifting. He's really challenging the status quo today. Lancer takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is way different than the head-to-head stats predicted. Havoc is clearly struggling to find a way back into this set right now. Time to see if Havoc wakes up. Lancer puts the pressure on again, extending it to 8-5. The experience is starting to show for the higher rated player. Havoc keeps his foot on the gas, pulling Lancer right off the wine for another round. That's a really tight gap now. Lancer pushes his advantage further to a 9-6 lead. Lancer is making a strong case for his spot in the top half. Lancer is absolutely flying now, hitting a 10-6 peak. He's really proving his worth against a top 16 opponent. Havoc really likes that wine position. It served him well in both of his recent rounds. The rank 16 player is finally putting up a fight. Another clean shutdown by Havoc as he continues to claw back into this game. He is completely taking over now, cruising to a third consecutive victory to bring this set right back to a one-round difference. Lancer shuts that door quickly to put another one on the board. He's showing some real grit here, securing another quick round to stay in the fight. Lancer strikes again from the wine to bring him within a single round of victory. His current form is just staggering compared to the odds we saw. What a resilient play. He completely shuts down the momentum and keeps his hopes alive. What a way to keep the pressure on. Absolutely flawless closing play. Lancer shuts it down with a lightning fast shot to secure the win. He just refused to let that late charge from Havoc break him. He really earned this victory today. Hard-fought win. Ignis typically dominates this pair with a 57% win rate. You know, he's handled the pressure well in their history, but he's definitely looking shaky right now after a few rough outings. We'll see if he can settle in quickly. Lancer is just too quick out of the gate, picking him right off that ramp for another fast round. Tough start for the higher rated player on the ladder. Absolutely outclassed him there. Lancer is simply not letting up. Sprinting out of the gate after that tight loss to him earlier. Ignis is finally digging in, walking away from that trade completely unscathed. It's a necessary stop for the higher ranked competitor right here. Lancer is firmly in control at 4-1. He's looking much sharper than in that last meeting today. Lancer just completely dismantled him right there on the ramp. A huge contrast to their last encounter today. Lancer is simply too fast, securing another clean victory to extend the gap. Ignis manages to hold the ramp and secure this point. He's definitely showing why he sits higher on the ladder. Lancer is currently putting up a huge 80% win rate over his last 10 games. It's a complete reversal from how Ignis usually handles this pair. It will be interesting to see if the momentum carries him all the way to a closeout. Lancer makes a quick move to clear him off that ramp and keeps the pressure high. Really leaning into his form right now. Lancer takes a commanding 9-3 lead. Honestly, this is a complete shock given the gap in their historical head-to-head. Ignis needs to wake up quickly if he wants to avoid a huge upset here. Let's see if Ignis can recover. Lancer's just relentless, stretching this lead to 10-3. A total reversal of their historical dynamics. Ignis finally claws back one, trailing 10-4. It's a good sign seeing that higher ranking translate into points. Lancer is moving toward the finish line quickly, leaving Ignis with way too much ground to make up. He's finding a lot more confidence than he did against Havoc. Lancer is just a hair away from victory after another effortless round. Lancer is making this look like a total mismatch. Unbelievable finish. He closes the door with a perfect final exchange to secure the series. And absolute statement from Lancer, just completely wiping the floor with the odds today. Havoc enters this match with a significant historical lead, having won 58% of their career meetings. But the data clearly shows that Ignis tends to hold their own here today. It will be interesting to see if Havoc can find that old advantage. Havoc is starting to pull away with a 2-1 lead. He's looking sharp after that 13-8 victory over his rival. Ignis uses the height of that ramp perfectly to put the pressure back on Havoc. The two are dead even in the rankings right now. Ignis takes control with a narrow 3-2 lead. Ignis is really putting the pressure on this time. Unstoppable right now. He just completely dismantled Havoc for another straight round win. It's a complete reversal from their last clash on Orange. Havoc answers back quickly to keep things close. A total dead heat on the ladder between these two. We're all square at 4 apiece as they reset. It's a mirror image of the rankings, with both players sharing a rating. Ignis edges ahead by a single point now. Neither one has looked completely reliable across their last few series today. Ignis has a consistent 52% success rate on this specific map. It's interesting because he's managed to convert that home turf advantage into a lead here today. Now we just have to see if he can keep this momentum going into the final stretch. We're headed to the break with everything tied at 6-all. It's a very predictable start to this match. Both players have been extremely consistent and they're effectively splitting the map right now. Time to switch it up. Havoc claims the lead and grabs a 7th round. It's a familiar pattern given how he's historically dominated this pairing. And just like that, Ignis evens things up. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Ignis has the upper hand now, catching Havoc right as he tried to push from the ramp. Pure chaos here as Havoc and Ignis stand locked at 8. Both of these guys are fighting tooth and nail for a spot in the top 20. Havoc pushes back in front with a narrow 9-8 lead. What a lightning fast exchange to seal that round. The swing just continues. These two are trading blows and neither one can pull ahead. The two are practically identical in terms of their current form. Ignis claws back a slim 10-9 advantage. The timing on those two shots was absolutely pinpoint. He's just completely in control now. Moving 3 straight toward the finish line. He's really flipping the script on the usual favorite. What a commanding performance. He's now just 1 round away from closing this out. Absolutely sensational. Ignis closes the door on the series and secures the victory. He really played the odds perfectly there, managing to claw back the lead after that rough start. Just a relentless showing from the bottom seed today. What a fight. Havoc makes quick work of him, pulling that kill right off the ramp to start things off. Havoc has held a dominant lead in their head-to-head history with 574 total wins. It's an imposing record, but Lancer is the one who actually took their most recent meeting. We'll see if that victory gives him the edge today. Lancer claws back to tie things up at 2-all. He's showing a lot of confidence after a strong day so far. Lancer is really starting to push the pace here, catching Havoc right off that wine box. Lancer secures another one from the ramp to take a commanding 2-round lead. Havoc answers back quickly to keep things tight. The favorite is making a strong push to get this back on even ground. Lancer just can't find a way to stop this run. Havoc is taking full control of the map right now. Lancer barely holds onto a slim 1-round advantage. It's been a tough day for Havoc, barely scraping by in his last few series. Lancer is putting a real squeeze on him here, shutting Havoc down just as he tried to play the ramp. The momentum is swinging completely against the expected result. Lancer just edges ahead, holding a narrow 1-round lead. A huge experience gap on this specific layout as well. We're all square at 6 apiece. I mean, Lancer is playing far above his usual level here. Havoc usually controls this rivalry, but he's struggling to pull away today. Time for a clean slate. Lancer takes a narrow step ahead in this battle. He's looking incredibly sharp. After the dominant win against Ignis earlier today. And we are deadlocked once again at 7 apiece. Both players are fighting hard for every single point here. Havoc is really finding his stride now, using that elevated spot on the box to pull further ahead. He's managed to put up 16 wins so far today. He's totally takeover now, landing a quick shot from the ramp to extend that streak to 3. Lancer shuts that down, cleaning him right off the ramp. A high-stakes battle between two of the top 25 players. Lancer is on fire, securing another fast victory from the ramp to keep this momentum shifting. His last few appearances today have been a bit rough. Havoc barely clings to a 1-round lead now. The favorite is usually the one keeping things steady in this rivalry. Lancer and Havoc are locked in a dead heat. Lancer just managed to scrap through that one with a sliver of health. He's definitely punching up against the higher seed today. Lancer is really starting to put the pressure on, knocking Havoc right off the ramp. A tough stretch for someone who usually sees so much more success here. Havoc denies him that chance and picks him off the ramp to keep this game alive. Havoc puts himself in the driver's seat, securing another round to reach match point. He is definitely asserting that top-seeded authority now. Absolutely flawless finale. Havoc closes the door on this series with a perfect shot to take the victory. Lancer really pushed the champion to the limit there, but he just couldn't close out the final few rounds. What a fight. Ignis holds a significant lead in their total history with over 1,000 wins against Lancer. But that long-term edge seems to be slipping right now, given how easily Lancer took their most recent encounter. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can shake off this slow start. Ignis quickly shuts down the ramp play to keep this match tight. He's still holding the higher spot on the ladder. We are deadlocked at 2 apiece between Lancer and Ignis. Both players have been fighting through long sets all day. That's a complete shutdown. He's officially flipped the script with 3 straight. He's fighting hard to reclaim that favorite status. Yes, completely taken over the server, extending this round to 4 straight. He is really making his ranking advantage felt right now. Lancer clears him off the ramp and finally puts a halt to that run. Lancer's recent form is looking surprisingly sharp today. Lancer has been remarkably strong lately with a 70% win rate in his last 10. So yeah, he's certainly playing with a lot more confidence than usual. It's a huge contrast to how Ignis has been struggling in the recent sets. Ignis really keeps his composure here, catching Lancer right as he tried to push up the ramp. A solid showing from the 17 seed so far. Ignis edges ahead, clinging to a narrow 1-round lead. Lancer is trading blows effectively here. Lancer and Ignis are locked at 6 apiece, and honestly the underdog is proving to be a real problem here. Ignis entered this as the heavy favorite, but he just can't put Lancer away. Fresh start for both guys. Ignis barely keeps his nose ahead at 7-6. A much faster response from the higher seed this time. A lightning fast finish to secure the lead. Lancer puts the pressure back on from the ramp, and we are right back to a dead heat. Lancer claws back into the lead, 8-7. The pace is picking up as the underdog starts to separate. Ignis answers right back to bring us level at 8-all. He's showing some of that upper half class we expect from him. Ignis is really starting to put the pressure on now, taking a strong grip on this series. And just like that, Lancer ties it up at 9 apiece. A tough battle of nerves for these two top 20 players. Ignis comes through with an incredibly fast reflex shot to shut Lancer down on the ramp. Lancer just completely denied that ramp push. This is turning into a real toss-up now. Ignis has the momentum now, just trading blows and keeping his edge in a really tight series. A very consistent showing from the 17th seed so far. A huge pair of rounds for Ignis, putting him just 1 victory away from closing this out. What a scramble. Lancer barely survives that encounter with just a sliver of health remaining. Absolute chaos in that fight, but he barely pulled it off. Absolute insanity. Both players were fighting for the high ground, but Lancer earns the kill to force overtime. Pure grit to push this into a deciding set. Lancer is absolutely on fire, securing another flawless kill to take the lead. He's playing some incredibly sharp Counter-Strike throughout this series. Lancer manages to shoot Ignis right off the ramp to keep the momentum swinging his way. This is becoming a nightmare for the 17th seed. Ignis finds his footing again, digging in to stop the bleeding during this overtime clash. A fierce scramble there, but Lancer emerges victorious to put himself just one round away from the win. He's showing a lot of composure under this much pressure. What a finish! Lancer closes it out with an incredible performance to secure the victory. He's really shaking off that old rivalry now. Coming back to take it in overtime proves he can trade blows with the best. What a fight! Havoc comes out swinging and manages to take Ignis right off that box for the opening round. Havoc enters this series with a strong 58% all-time win rate against Ignis. It is an interesting dynamic because Ignis actually came out on top in their most recent encounter. That makes this early lead even more impactful for Havoc. We are deadlocked at 2 apiece now. And a quick reminder that he's slightly higher on the ladder. Havoc is really starting to pull away here, showing why he's typically the favorite in this rivalry. What a fight, he barely survives that exchange, clutching out a win by a sliver of health. The ladder has these two ranked very closely right now. Havoc holds a thin lead as we hit round 8. Ignis is playing with a lot of confidence after his recent victory. Havoc has clearly found his footing today, which is a big shift from his 17-15 performance over the last day. He's playing with a lot more precision in this specific match. I wonder if he can keep this pace up as the pressure builds. Another fast exchange, and the momentum shift is complete as he extends his lead. Ignis secures a fast response here, putting up a strong fight right before the half. He's sitting just slightly higher up on the rankings as well. Havoc takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, the top seed is proving exactly why the analysts picked him today. We'll see if Ignis can close that gap on the switch. Time to switch it up. Ignis is quickly reacting now, catching Havoc before he could even utilize the high ground. He's actually the higher seed of the two. Havoc is just dominating now, pushing the tally to 9-5. He's certainly making up for that loss on Blame Mappas. Havoc is just too quick right now, easily picking Ignis off the box. He really looks comfortable with a 5-round cushion. Ignis really stepped up and took Havoc down from the high ground to put a stop to that run. Havoc quickly reads the play and pulls Ignis right off that perch. He's really controlling the pace of this one. Havoc puts on an absolute clinic, deleting Ignis from that elevated spot to set up the win. Unbelievable. Havoc shuts the door with a fast flick to seal the victory. That was a clear statement from the top seed, proving he's still the one to beat on this map. Havoc has won 71% of their head-to-head encounters over the years, and that history is playing out right now. It's interesting to see how he's carrying that confidence into this specific series. We'll see if Lancer can actually find a way to break this trend. Havoc holds a slim 2-1 lead as we reset. Lancer is showing a lot of grit after that tough loss on fast aim. The momentum has completely flipped here, with Lancer taking full control of the pace. The higher rated man is now fighting to keep his footing. Absolutely untouchable. Lancer puts on a show, outclassing him for the third straight round. Everything seems to be going his way right now. A quick snap back to a deadlock as he answers right back to level things up. Havoc regains the edge with a narrow 4-3 lead. He's really justifying that favorite status right now. Lancer claws back to make this a dead heat. He's looking sharp, coming out of that tight win against Ignis earlier. That was an incredibly quick exchange. We're seeing a really high pace of play from both sides right now. Unreal. He almost didn't make it out of that firefight, but he secures the narrowest of victories. Havoc nudges ahead again, now leading 6-5. He's playing a lot of catch-up after the defeat on fast aim. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly things are playing out exactly as we expected. Lancer had a strong run of 3 rounds, but the higher ranked player is still in control. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Havoc stays a single round clear of Lancer. He's really fighting a steep uphill battle against the league's top 20. Pure chaos now. Lancer has forced a 7-all tie. It's a tough look for the favorite to be fighting from behind like this. What a display of precision. He just can't be stopped right now. He stops that run immediately and brings things back to a dead even split. A truly grueling series for both of these guys today. Lancer finally surges ahead, claiming a 9th round. He really needs to dig deep to avoid another defeat today. Lancer is really fighting through a tough 15-18 run over the last day, and honestly, it looks like he is finally finding his legs in this specific series. It'll be interesting to see if he can carry this sudden spark all the way to the finish line. Lancer just cannot be stopped, and he's now on the verge of closing this out. The script for this series has completely flipped. Unbelievable, he caps off the series with a perfect finish to secure the victory. Lancer just completely shook off those ghosts and proved he can trade blows with the best, a huge statement win for the underdog. Lancer has managed to take a victory in their most recent head-to-head. So yeah, he's carrying that confidence into this series despite the historical odds favoring his opponent. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this momentum. Lancer is looking sharp with a 2-1 lead. The 20 seed is really fighting for the lead. The two of them are trading blows perfectly right now, refusing to let anyone pull away. Ignis fights back to lead the series 3-2. He's certainly looking for more consistency after those tough losses to Havoc. Dead. Heat now as Lancer levels this out at 3-all. Ignis is starting to reclaim his territory here, putting some distance between himself and Lancer. He's really leaning into that historical dominance right now. Ignis really took advantage of that high ground on the ramp to keep the pressure on. He's really putting that overall head-to-head advantage to use. Simply untouchable right now. He manages to secure another rapid point. He manages to fight back from the ramp, showing some great spirit to close that gap. Lancer is barely holding on with that low health. What a stand from Lancer, securing another win to close in on the lead before the break. He's effectively erased the cushion his opponent had built. He's got a 6 deadlock going into the break. Honestly, Lancer is proving he can hang with the favorite here. He's outperforming his usual 43% map win rate to keep this perfectly level. Time to swap sides. Ignis grabs the edge, leading 7-6. He's currently shaking off those 2 losses from earlier today. That was a grueling exchange, but he outlasts his opponent to lock the series at 7-all. A very tightly contested set of matches between these two. Ignis pulls ahead by 1 in this nail biter. Both of these guys are really grinding out their day so far. A lightning fast reaction secures the tie, and Lancer is showing incredible grit to stay in this. He's refusing to fold, taking another round to put the pressure back on Ignis. The momentum shift is real for the lower seeded player. Unreal, he barely escapes with his life to push the lead to 10. His survival instinct is just off the charts tonight. What a scramble. Both players were nearly depleted, but he claws out another victory to extend this round to 4. A precise burst secures the point, and Ignis is showing plenty of resolve now. He's starting to play the role of the favorite now. Tough exchange where Ignis barely survives the trade, keeping his comeback hopes alive. Tense atmosphere now as the gap shrinks back to a single point. He's just not slowing down, putting himself a single win away from victory. Lancer has definitely flipped the script on his usual underdog role. Absolutely incredible. Lancer storming back to seize the final round and take the victory. Massive result for the underdog, proving that his current hot streak is no fluke against a tough opponent. He really dug deep for that one. What a fight. Havoc has an impressive 58% win rate over Ignis throughout their entire history, and you can see that confidence paying off right now. It's definitely a tough spot for Ignis given the recent trend. Now let's see if he can actually turn this around. Absolutely dominant. He's outplaying his opponent in every single exchange. A huge response from Ignis, shutting down that momentum swing with a perfectly timed shot. The favorites can't just let him build a lead like this. Havoc is just too quick on the trigger today. He looks completely comfortable controlling the pace. Havoc is just too fast today, catching Ignis right off the box for another quick point. He manages to pick Ignis off the box, and the tide has completely shifted. Things looked a lot more balanced in their last few matchups. Havoc secures another clean look from the ramp, continuing his impressive run. Ignis finds his footing and secures a tight exchange from the box. Havoc takes a huge road through the center using that Tetris block to shut down any hope of a rally. He's really putting that high rating gap into practice. Emotion mid, Ignis is sitting on a 20% win rate over his last 10 maps, and it's clearly dragging him down in this series. It's a tough mental hurdle to overcome when the data is stacked against you like this. I wonder if he can find a way to break this cycle. Emotion mid 10-2 in favor of Havoc. You know, the pre-match predictions are holding up perfectly here. He's looking way more precise than the number 23 spot right now. We'll see if Ignis can stop the bleeding after the switch. Havoc just keeps cruising with a commanding 10-3 lead. A slight advantage for the underdog statistically on this specific map. Havoc just needs a couple more here to wrap this up, and he's looking completely in control. He just dismantles that effort from the box and reaches match point. The gap in their overall rankings is staring right back at him. Unreal. Havoc just shuts the door with a crisp final shot to end it all. He just looked way too seasoned out there. Ignis tried to make a stand, but he was outclassed today. Havoc gets the best of Lancer immediately, shutting him down right there on the ramp. Lancer is starting this one on the back foot, and he's really struggling to find an answer for Havoc right now. The overall head-to-head record here is overwhelmingly in his favor. Another clean win for him from the boxes, and the pressure is really mounting. He's proving why he's the heavy favorite today. Havoc just completely dismantles him from the ramp to keep the momentum swinging. He looks like the much stronger player right now. Absolutely terrifying form from the favorite, claiming another victim from the ramp to go up 5-0. He's completely reversed the outcome of their most recent encounter. What a scramble. Lancer barely manages to edge this out, clinging to life after a brutal exchange. That was an incredibly tight exchange to get him back in this. Havoc has historically dominated this pairing with a 71% win rate over their long history. It's clear why the confidence is so high on his side. Lancer has shown he can compete today, but he needs to find a way to crack this defense. Havoc is simply dominant, cruising to a 7-1 lead. Just a tiny gap in the rating separating these two. He just wipes him right off the ramp, taking complete control of the server. His current run today is starting to look very similar to those recent wins against Ignis. He's just totally outclassing his opponent right now, putting up a massive lead. That's quite a shift from their last meeting on Orange. Unreal. Both players were nearly gone, but Havoc manages to scrape through and take the win. Lancer's recent success against Ignis isn't translating here today. Havoc holds a commanding 11-1 lead, and that's exactly what we expected to see. Lancer is just not keeping up with him right now. Lancer needs a complete reset here. There was a lightning fast exchange to start the second half, but Lancer is still staring down a mountain here. He puts on a show with that last shot, moving just one round away from victory. The gap in their skill levels is on full display here. And that's it. A swift final engagement closes the door on this series. He really made it look easy today, completely erasing any doubt after that earlier setback on Orange.